This video was made possible by Skillshare. Skillshare is this amazing online community where you can have classes on almost every single topic you can imagine. You can have classes on design, illustration, user experience for your mobile apps, and you can even have classes on development. Like for example, this amazing class given by George Escobar, Professional Python Web Development using Flask. And this is extremely useful for you Flutter developers out there trying to use a different backend for your Flutter app, because you can use your Flask knowledge with Python to build web apps and build RESTful APIs that can be used as the backend of your Flutter project. This class is extremely beginner friendly. If you have no idea of the ins and outs of Python, I would highly recommend you to watch this, and it would be very rich of good content for you. The first 1,000 people to sign up using the link in the description will have 2 months for free on premium, which is more than enough for you to watch this class and finish it. If you do so, you'll be supporting the channel, so thank you very much. If you're just watching this, or if you just skip to the end to see what you're going to have, this is your final project. You're going to have a list of featured products here, and you're going to have all of the products here. When a product is on sale, you will be able to see that here, right? You can specify the product color you're trying to get and the size, and you can add your product to cart, view your products on your cart, and you can delete your products from the cart, right? You can search for products, and you don't have to write the whole thing. For example, you can just type B, and everything starting with B, you'll have it here. If you search for products that do not exist, like whatever, any name, and you click, you have the product not found, which is good as well. And you can get here your purchase history. So this is basically what you'll have at the end of this project. If you're interested, you can continue. You'll know how to build an app like this and manage it using the provider package, right? There's a lot of things we could do, or very few, depending on what you want to improve the app, but I wanted to give you the core features of the application, and these are the core features. First thing you guys will have to do, don't worry, I'll leave the link for this branch in the description section below, right? Good. Another thing, this project is already connected to Firebase. Our Flutter e-commerce project is already connected to Firebase. If you are starting from here, obviously you'll have to connect the project to the Firebase, right? But if you get the project exactly how I'm doing, if you're getting the code from the repo, the only thing you'll have to do is, let me show how you guys get here. The only thing you'll have to do is go to your Flutter project. You'll open your Android folder, and then you'll open up your app folder. You'll delete this file, Google services.json, because this connects to my Firebase project. If you want to connect to yours, you just go to your Firebase and download the Google services. And I am assuming that you guys already know how to connect your Flutter projects to Firebase. If you don't know, I'll try to leave a link of something regarding that in the description, because we did that before. But if you don't know, you know that to connect your Android app to Firebase, you'll have to get this file from Firebase, which is your Google services.json. You'll just get yours and delete this one you'll get from the source code and paste yours here, right? Hopefully that was easy to follow. And now one final thing is, and this is mine, for example, this is mine. Let me just show you guys how you would do this. If you were to connect your project, you would come, let's suppose you want to start the connection, you'll just click add and then select Android app. Again, you'll pass the package name here, and I'll make it this very quick, so just in case this is the first time you guys are doing this, but hopefully it's not. But nevertheless, you'll open up your manifest file here, and you'll copy the package name from here. You'll come to your Firebase project, you'll add your package name, which will be something like this, com dot something like this, and then you'll just click on register app. This may take a while. Now here, what you have to do, just have to download this JSON file and go and copy it to your project. After this, you don't even have to do the rest. You just have to continue to check if it works. But this is the file you want on your project to connect to your Firebase project, right? Perfect. If you're starting your Firebase project from scratch, I'll come here to my database. I don't know if you guys have been following, but if you have been following the project, you already know that we had one admin app where and I used that admin app to create some of this, like the brands, categories, products, and users, right? You'll have to recreate this, but the most important thing for you to do here is forget about the brands and the categories. We are not going to use those. We will just want to use this products, right? The only thing you'll have to do on your Firebase project, if you're starting now, is to follow this structure here, right? And again, doing something very quick for you guys to follow. When you create your sample project, your sample products, and I will see if there's a way of extracting this, because if I could extract this JSON, I would just give you guys the structure, right? And that would make everything extremely easy. If I could just download, okay, I don't know if you can, but nevertheless, if you're creating sample products that you'll use on your app, you'll need these fields: a brand field, which I have Nike for example, category field, the category of the product, colors, make sure colors is a list of colors and have red, blue, white, and black. Good. Then you'll need this field, the featured field, which is a boolean, which will say if the product is featured or not. And then you'll need the ID, which is the ID of the product you're selling, the same as this one here. The document ID, you'll just have it here as well. The name of the product, the picture, and this is extremely important, the picture, the price, the quantity, if it's on sale or not, and the sizes. So this is the structure you'll have to follow. Again, the size is a list of strings: M, L, medium, large, and small. Good. If you have a look here, we have on our user interface this on sale on red here. And basically what's going to happen here is that when a product is on sale, if this is true, we are going to display here on sale, right? And again, this will all be managed from our admin app, but we are not going to touch the admin app on this video in particular, but that's something you can do, mainly because we started doing that before, right? Good. If we go to our users, for now we only have our email, name, and user ID. Good. Another thing that you must have here on your storage is a bunch of pictures, and we have a couple of those. We have a couple of those here. We have a couple of those images here, and again, this is extremely useful. because the pictures from our products are going to be stored here, and the links of these pictures are going to be here on our database. If you have a look at products here where we have picture, this is basically a link. Let's test something out. I can just try to copy this and try to open up a new window and paste it. Let's see what happens. And we have this, and this probably was someone updated this from our user app, from our admin app actually, and that's why we have this, right? But I can delete this field. And again, this is because we had our admin app previously and it was open, so some people just tested this by uploading random pictures. Let's try to see this one. For example, this is a good one, so we'll keep it. Right? Here you have it. So after you have everything set up here, you are ready to go. After you have all of this correctly set up, you are ready to go. Good. The very first thing that we are going to do is to be able to load these products into our user app, right? That's the first task. But then again, another goal of this video, and I told you guys before, is having code reusability, because something that's going to happen a lot when you're building apps is that a lot of these apps are going to have exactly the same features. You will have to do the same thing, right? And I don't know if you guys knew or if you guys know, but I have built the food ordering app, and it's open source. Again, I'll have the link of these projects, the food ordering app, in the description. What we are going to do here is we are going to get some code from that app, restructure it, give it a bit of brushing, and use it on our e-commerce app. And this is how we are going to close this app very, very, very fast, right? Perfect. And this is how this is going to go, because again, I don't want to write all of this code from scratch, mainly because we already have this. That's one of the things. And I want to show you guys what are you going to do after you have, or what you usually do after you have a lot of projects that do the same thing. You use the same code basically, right? Perfect. If we have a look here, for now we only have our user provider. This is the only provider that we have now. Good. Here we have DB, but I usually don't call this DB, so let me rename it. I may have some issues because of that, but so that all of my projects will be consistent, I usually call this service. Services. We may have a bit of problems here and there, but it's not a big deal. Get rid of this. Good. Now let's go to our models. Let's go to our models. Wow, it's funny because we don't even have models yet. Yeah, we were very, very behind on this project. Okay. Let me do something. we do have a lot of things that are not being used here. So let's get rid of these files here. They are gone, and this is delete, and it's all gone. Restart the app to make sure everything works perfectly fine. My visor is not reacting. Do I want it to? Looks like we have a problem. So guys, one of the first things that we have to do here is actually build our models. If you don't know what models are basically structures that are going to be similar to our database collection or our database structure, right? And we use models to get our database items or database objects and convert them into Dart objects so that we can easily use them inside of our app. And when we want to get data from our app back to a database, again, we transform those Flutter or Dart objects into database objects. Simple put, that's that. Good. And here we are going to need to have a user model to interact with the database for the user, products models, and all of that, right? This is our Flutter food app course, and I have the link in the description. And we are going to use the structure that we have here. The first thing that we're going to do here on our lib is to create a new folder and call it models. A new directory, and we will call this new directory models. And here's where we are going to have our models. For now, we will create only 2 Dart files, one called user that will take care of user models, and another one called product. And if you come here to our user on our database, we really only have 3 fields: the email, the name, and the username, which should be enough. Let's have a look into our food app, go to our models, and now we have a lot of models here, obviously, but we want to take a look on the user model, and this is what we have for user model. And I'll just copy this and I'll explain to you everything because it's very similar to what we want. Come over here and paste it. Good. For now I can eliminate something. Let me zoom in a bit, and I'll leave here only what's needed. The ID, it's needed, but we call it UID here. Again, the name of these constants resemble the name of our fields here on our database. That's why we need UID, name, and email, right? And this is what I'm creating here. For now, I will remove the cart. I'll get rid of that for now. I'll leave the Stripe ID because this is going to be extremely useful when we want to start charging our user. And after this, we need private variables: name, email, ID. We can leave it as ID, no problem. But no, to make sure everything works fine, this should be UID. I mean, this should be UID just like here, but we can leave it like this. So we are going to create some private variables that are going to be accessible only inside of our user model. We can get rid of this and we'll leave the Stripe ID there. And we need something that we call getters. And what getters do is they will make it possible for us to access the value of these private variables that we just created here. Right, just go down a bit, remove this. We'll probably come back to this soon, but for now we can remove everything. Get total price, blah blah blah. Get rid of all of this. Boom, perfect. Now we have our user model that's going to take care of the user data, right? And again, if this is the first time you're seeing this is a structure that will allow us to interact with our database data, and make sure that the structure of the data is consistent inside of our app and on our database. Good. The only thing that we are going to use here is a constructor, a named constructor, and user model dot from snapshot. This is the named constructor. And if you don't know what constructor is, constructor are methods that are called when the object is created. Simple put. You don't have to call it from snapshot, but since we are getting this data from a document snapshot on Firebase, I usually call it from snapshot always anyways. So what we are doing is we have this named constructor from snapshot that takes parameter snapshot from Firebase, and we are getting the data from that snapshot. We are talking about the name, the email, and the ID directly to our private field here. And now we'll do something here for our Stripe ID, which is this. And this basically means if our Stripe ID is null, we want to provide an empty string to our Stripe ID. And this is how our user model is going to work. Perfectly fine. Now, still inside of our models, we need to work with our product model. Oh, sorry, the user model, I placed the code inside of the wrong file. The user model is here. Good. Now let's go to our product model. And now we are basically going to do the same thing, right? We are basically going to do the same thing here. If you come here to our product, but now we have a very big difference here, because a lot of the fields that we have here we do not have on our database. But nevertheless, I will copy this code and we will modify it together to fit the need of our application. So the first thing that we are going to do is making sure that all of these constant fields here reflect the fields that we have on our database. Good. So let's go to our database, products. Good. Brand category, we do not have that here. Yeah, a lot of things are different. A lot of things are different. Okay. We have ID, we have name, we do not have rating. And here for image on our database is set as picture. Oops, it should be capital. And here we have picture. Price, we have restaurant ID, no. Description, we do not have a description field here, but we should have a description field in here. So that's something we will add. Category, featured, we have those as well. We have category here, featured. Rates, we do not have that, but we have something called quantity, and this will basically keep track of the stock, so that every time someone buys something, we will reduce from the stock. So quantity is important. Another thing that it's important here is sales. Oops. Sale. And basically this field will tell us if the product is on sale or not. Good, we have price, quantity, sales, sizes. And we will have here sizes. Let me count how many fields I have here and how many we have on our database to make sure we have the exact same number of fields there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go to our database. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, what is out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Colors. We do not have colors. Good. And again, all of these fields here should be reflected here on our model. Let's see if we have everything. And we do not have brand as well. We do not have brand as well. Now it's everything fine. I guess it's everything fine. We'll create here brand, and we'll call this brand. Oops. fine for now. Now again, all of these fields, we have to make sure that all of these fields have their respective private variables represented here, and then we have to create getters from those for those private variables so that we can access the value of the private variables. And finally, we have to call all of these private variables or assign values to all of these private variables here inside of our constructor. Good. I will do a couple of them so that you guys will see how it is done, and then you guys can continue doing that. For example, we have here as a matter of fact, let me get rid of all of this. Yeah. Now what we are going to do, for example, we know the ID is a string, so we'll have to create a string variable, private one, call it ID. Oops. Boom, we have it. Our prices are double price. Boom, we have it. For example, something that's different, the sale is a boolean, bool sale. Again, we have to keep track of the data type that we are storing inside of the fields here. And let's take colors, for example. We'll have your list. Colors. And then we have to call the getters for these variables. We still have your string. We have the name. We know that name is a string, right? And here for getter, for example, have string get name has to be of the type string, and usually the getter have the same name as the private variables for simplicity purposes. And this is how we define a getter for this variable. And finally, what we have here on our constructor is we need to start calling them, start assigning value to those variables, right? So I will speed up the video and do this so that it's not very repetitive, and you guys will see how it is when I'm done. And hopefully you do the same thing on your side. Same work, repetition of work. And I don't want to make this very long unnecessarily. Okay, let's do it. Hello guys. I have a sad news actually, because for whatever reason my screen recording failed and I lost a lot of progress. Now on this video here in between, and just for you to know, this is a compilation of videos, because I wouldn't be able to make one singular video this long, right? And one of the video was lost. But as I remember, on our previous video we were building our model here, our product model, and here I'll basically just show you guys what happened right during that time, and hopefully you guys do not get lost during this process, right? Sweet. Sorry. So here I had finished my product model, right? And I had defined this. We have this constants which have the same name as our fields on the data in the database, right? And we created private variables for this. And if you have a look here, we have our price set to integer instead of double, and this is important for you guys to notice, right? And then we created some getters here, and the getters have the same name as our private variables. The difference is that they are not private. And once all of that is done, and you have to do the same process for every single one of this, and remember, the name of the field is the same as the name of the variable, the private variable, and the name of the getter will be the same name as this one. This is a repetitive process, but you have to do for all of the fields, and make sure you are doing this for all of the fields, right? And once that is done, we will have here we will be inserting the values here. For example, have the repetition of this one, okay. And if you have a look here, you'll see for every single private variable we have to insert a value, right? And we have that done. And once that was done, we have two models, one for the user, and this was done. You have this done, and one for the models. And make sure you have this correctly set, just like this. Anyways, you'll have the source code in the description. Good. And another thing that we had to do was creating services. And we have one user service that was created on the video that was lost. And this service will do two things. One is creating a user, and we have this code firestore collection.document. And again, I have a video where I go in depth if you want to understand all of this code, because here I'm just giving you an overview and trying to give you an idea of what all of these things do. But if you want to go deep into this, I'll have the link of my food ordering app in the description below, and you'll be able to understand everything in details. Nevertheless, we have two methods here. One to create the user, and this is the code that does that in Firebase. And we have another one to get the user by ID, right? And we have another one to get the user by ID here. And basically we are going to our Firebase collection and getting the document, and then from that document we are going to create a user model object, and we have here user model.from snapshot. If you remember, we created this named constructor on our user model. Good. And this was another modification. And finally, what was done is you have to write this code that will execute this. And finally, what was done was, if you go to products provider, let's start with user because it's more simple. And now we incorporated the user model inside of our user provider, because this is essential. I can get rid of this. We incorporated our user model inside of our user provider. And after that, what we did was basically we came here to we incorporated two things actually, our user services and our user model. Make sure you have this inside of our provider, these two lines of code. Again, we have these getters to access the user model and all of that outside of this class. And here on the sign up method, previously we were inserting directly our Firebase queries, which is not something advisable to do. And what happened now is that we are just calling user services dot create user inside of our method to create a user using email. We have our then, and inside of this then, that's when we call user services dot create user, and we have here name of the user, email, UID. Again, this should be UID, not user ID. UID is equal to this, and our Stripe ID is empty. And if you come here to this method, make sure you have their UID, because when we are creating the document, for the document ID we are passing data UID. That's why there you have to make sure you have UID. Good. And this is how we're creating users now. And now one last thing that we did here at the very end was getting the value of our user model. We have your user model, await user services dot get user by ID, and this is what we have in here, right? And this will populate the value of our user model. Good. And another thing that was done here inside of our provider, we created this product provider, and again I just copied this from our Flutter food ordering app, but I will show you what the code that we have here. We have here a product provider with 3 variables properties. We have product services, products, and products searched, right? Good. Actually, before you understand these, I should show you services for our product. And we have 2 methods here. One method that will get all of the products, right? You can go straight and copy this, because again what I did was just getting this from our food app source code, or you can get from the source code of this project, link in the description. This method is going to get the products, right? Get products, and we are accessing our Firebase collection, and then we are getting all of the products inside of that collection, and we are populating the value of those inside of this products list, right? And again, I'm just giving you an overview because I have explained this in previous videos. If you didn't see them, go and check them. And again, we have this method that's going to search for products, and we are going to use this method to search for products. These are 2 methods that we have here defined. And going back to providers here, same structure. We have this initialize, which is a named constructor, and this named constructor here is going to call this method called load products, and load products uses product services dot get products, this method that will load every single product in our database. This is the method. And another method that we have here is the search, and we are going to use this to search for products, where we are going to pass product name as a parameter, and then we will call product services dot search products product name. This is the method. Good. And this is basically what you need to know about the video that was supposed to be in here in between, and this is everything you have to know, right? I hope it was enough for you guys to understand what changed, and I hope this is not extremely confusing for you guys. But since I did a lot of videos after this one, and I just realized that this video was missing, I had to come back and explain to you guys what happened, right? Now you have it, and hopefully you guys can understand this, get the code, and continue from here onwards. And after this, the final thing that we did here on our home screen is calling our user provider and our product providers, and we call this 2 providers in here. And where do we use our user provider and our product provider, you will see in the continuation of this video, right? I hope this was not extremely confusing for you guys. Hopefully you'll be able to manage and keep on watching, understanding. And if you have a doubt, make sure you ask me in the comment section below. Thank you. I mean, we are continuing with the video, right? But I had to come here in between just to explain something. So guys, now how are we going to change how our widgets behave? It's not very hard, actually. What we have to do is let's go to home. At the very bottom of the screen here, where we have product card, I'll just get rid of this. And this will leave us with 1 product, which is good. Now we need to zoom in here and get rid of the constructor and get rid of the then let's define a final variable of the type product model. Call it product and import the product model and create a constructor for that. Good. Now this image now will come from the network, and in here we'll get rid of this and we will put here product dot picture, and for the name obviously we'll just have product dot name, and the same thing goes for the brand and the rest. Product dot price, and we will divide this by 100 because remember that we are placing the price of the product in cents. So if you want to have the real value, we must divide this by 100. Good. And that will do. Now I'll just have to get rid of this. Come here at the very top of the screen and we need another provider here, which will be our product provider. We have that imported. Good. One final thing that we must do is, and again I'll open up our food app, go back to screens, home, and at the very bottom of this as well we need to copy something, which is we need to get this widget, copy, and I'll explain to you guys what this does. Just remove the product card and paste this here. You're going to have some errors, which is normal. For on tap at the moment we will remove this. And now what do we have here on this column? If you have a look here on our UI, you'll see that we have a list view, and then we have this horizontal list, and then we have these elements here. So we want to be able to populate this vertically and populate the featured products horizontally. And this is a trick on how you guys can do that. You just define a column widget, and for the children we'll have here product provider dot products, And if you remember, we have this list, which is a list of products, right? And then we have dot map, and the map method we use to access all of the values inside of an iterable or a list for this case. And now what we are doing here is that for every single value inside of products, for every single product, we want to map item. We'll call every single product inside of products list item is one item of this. And we're returning a gesture detector. On tap, we will define what will happen when the user taps on this, but to make it simple for you guys to understand, I can remove this from now. We are returning a gesture detector, and for the child of this widget, we will give product card. Product card, and product is going to be equal to item. This is a very simple thing that it's happening here. Let me try to organize the code. And again, I know that I'm saying this a lot, but if you're feeling that it's being hard for you to understand what's going on, I would highly recommend you to go and watch my food app playlist, link in the description, if you want to understand everything in depth. But if you're able to follow along, let's go. We have this column, and the children is a list. That's why we are passing provider, product provider dot products. We are mapping every single value inside of this, and from that map we are returning a gesture detector, which is a widget, and at the end we must have here dot to list. Good. Let's see if this works. Let's see if things will work. Things do not work. We have some problems here. Zoom in a bit, and we are having the type int is not a subtype of the type double, and this is because the prices, wait, let me zoom in a bit. First of all, we have price twice, but since we are dealing with cents, I believe that in our database prices are set to integers. So let's have here, change this to int, and come here at the top where we have price, change this to int. Oops. Change this to int as well. And let's run our app. And now we have another error. Let's see what the error says. Probably for one of our images, we do not have, for one of our products, we do not have a URL. And this is what's happening, which is weird. Let me go and check my database to make sure that we always have a picture for every single one of our products. We have a picture for this. We have a picture for this. And for this. And this one as well. This one as well. This one as well. This one as well. Well, apparently all of them have pictures, so what would be happening here? Let's go to our widgets and try to see what's happening. this is weird, but let's try to do something like this. I'll comment on the images for now and restart the app. Okay. In fact, we are getting the images here. We are having issues with the images. But this actually we are able to load the products. We have them here. Now we have to solve the issue we are having with the images. What I can do here is remove this, create a method, call it product image, and this method is going to say product dot picture. And wait, let's go to the very top. This should be picture, not price. Good. Now let's create this method. And what this method will do, first of all, it has to return a widget. And what we are going to do in here is that if our picture is null, we're going to do something else. We will return this. So if we do have image URL, we want to return the image, right? And if we do not have this, let's return a container with a text. Custom text saying no image, because we're having the issue because it seems like some products do not have image URLs, so we're doing this to solve that issue. Okay, and it seems like we still have an error. Here, good. This is something weird because we're having no image for all of the products, even though we do have images, right? Okay, so let's go to our product model because the problem likely is there. Let's go to our product model and to pictures. Oh, for whatever reason, we are not initializing the value of pictures here. You know, you have to pay close attention to this. for whatever reason I didn't initialize the value of pictures here, thus the error. Good. Hopefully now everything is going to work fine. And here we have the images, right? Here we have the products. And these probably are, as I said, some products that were uploaded by users. So I'll just go and delete those. But now we are able to load our products, which is good, which is more than good. Let me delete some of this. Let's delete some of this. This is a real product, so I'll leave it. This iPhone 11, I'll delete it. Boom, it's gone. This is a real product. This GG is not a real product. I will delete it. Boom, it's gone. This thoughts is not a real product. I'll delete that as well. Good. Let me try to restart this. And here we have only real products, which is awesome though. Which is amazing. Now let's see how our featured products work. And let's go down a bit. Search, not featured products. And now we have here list view. Again, let's do the same change we did there with our featured products card, which is getting rid of this and getting rid of this constructor. Create one final, call it product model. And this will be the product, and create a constructor for that. Good. Again, here for the image, we need to use the image network, and in here we need the product dot picture. Go down a bit. Here we need the product name, so it's going to be product name, and finally the price. Product.price, divide this by 100. Perfect. Good. Now let's go to our home. Let's go to our home screen, and let's go to screens, home here, and we will want to copy this, go back to featured product, paste it in here. Good. Import both. Import. And the item count here. For now, for the featured products, I'll just use the list of all of the products, but that's something you can filter if you want. So the item count for our list view builder is going to be all of the elements inside of our products. And in here for the product, the actual product, we are going to use product provider dot products index, and this should work fine. Let's see. Let it load a bit. Boom, here we have it, working perfectly fine. And again, as I told you guys can filter this if you want to, right? To make sure here you only have featured products, but that's it, something easy to do. And here we have the featured products and the normal products. Good. If I click on this, I still get this one, and we will fix this soon. But at least now we can load our products from our database, which is good. Let's continue. So guys, let us continue working on the app. There are a couple things I would like to change here. Let's start with the splash screen. I think we should do something like this. Just a small modification. My keyboards are loud, very noisy. I hope you guys do not mind that. Okay. I just wanted to wrap this inside of a scaffold so that when we do something like this, we have this looking better. And let's do something else, which is wrapping this inside of a column. Having our main axis alignment center, and let's make sure we are going to center this as well inside of a row, and again having our main axis alignment to center. Good. It was way too fast, but it's fine. It's fine. Another adjustment I would like to do, you see how when we are loading the images here we have just blank spaces. I would like to solve this, and we addressed something similar to this in our Flutter food ordering app, and I'll just reuse that code. Let me zoom in here, and let's see, transparent image. We need this package here, transparent image. copy that and paste it here. And what we are going to do after that, let's go to featured products. And now where are we calling our images? Here. We need this piece of code, and this will allow us to display the loading icon when the image is loading. We can now go back to our widgets. Let's start with featured products as well. Let's go up to where we are actually calling the images, which is here. 20 and we had a height of 220 here. And for the image, we will have product picture. We're going to import this, and basically how this is going to work, and this you can find in this library, the library for this dependency here, the transparent image. And this is how we use it. We call fade in image dot memory network, and for the placeholder we will use k transparent image, and here we has the property, the value of this property is going to be the actual network image and the height. Let's see how it behaves. This was good enough. But I think we can do better. We can do even better than this. Nevertheless, sorry, actually we had to copy all of this, make use of this widget. And good. And another thing that we can use here, let me go to our food app, and another thing is our Flutter spin kit. I'll just copy this and use that library here on our e-commerce. Good. Just click on packages get, and now we can make use of our loading. in here. So if we open up our loading file here on our Flutter complete e-commerce project, we can replace the logic hopefully I'm not being too fast. Good. Now we are going to do two things. First is coming here to our splash screen, and in here, instead of having a circular progress indicator, I will call our loading widget. Perfect. And in here, remember that now we just got all of this clip racked widget. We got all of this. Import that and get rid of this section. Just have here product.picture. And for the height, we want 220. Let's see how everything is going to look like. Good. And if you have a look now, this is what happens when our images are still loading, which is perfect, right? Nevertheless, I think that here we still have to define our width. To 200. And fit, we want our box fit to cover. Let's see how the changes are going to play out. Perfect. And now if you didn't understand what happened, you'll have a chance to understand that right now. So we have here our stack, the main stack. The behavior for our image is inside this inner stack here. Actually, it's inside the clip rect, but the main logic is inside this inner stack. Again, I built this on our food project. If you want to get an in-depth explanation of this section of the code, nevertheless, basically here, when the image is still loading, what this will do, it will make it transparent. It will make it transparent, and while this is transparent, we'll be able to see what's underneath this widget, the fade in widget. And what will be underneath this is this loading widget, right? Good. What will happen now is I'll copy this stack, the inner stack. This is the inner stack. I'll copy this. And let me try to make this less confusing, because this widget tree looks a bit confusing. I'll copy this and let me make this less confusing for you guys. And I'll copy what's inside this stack again. Yeah, hopefully now our widget tree will be easier to understand. And as you can see, it works the way it was supposed to. The only thing is that our widget tree was a bit harder to understand. That's why I did this change. And this is what we need actually. This is the logic that it's going to do that, make that happen in here. And just underneath this widget, we will just have our circular progress indicator. Let's do the same thing for our product card, and probably like that. This is going to be easier to understand like that, right? Now let me zoom in a bit. First thing here is that I will copy this section of the code. We do not need this anymore because the problem was solved. The reason why we had that method in the first place is solved, right? And the only way for us to solve this is, let's wrap this inside of a stack. Sorry. So let's wrap this guy inside of a stack widget. Good. And again, we need two things here. First of all, we need this. And what this will do, and remember that the placement of these widgets inside of a stack does make a difference. So what this will do, let me import, is it will display our image with that fading animation, if you may call it like that. So instead of using this simple image network, I'll get rid of this. And to finalize this, underneath it, I will place this loading widget. So I'll come here, place the loading widget, and we'll need to import this widget. Make sure the code looks nice. restart everything up. And now we have this beautiful thing happening when the images are still loading. We can see that the images are still loading, which is good. Good. Now we have a second problem, which is when we click on the product, we are opening something else. Right? I click here, but I'm not seeing that. How are we going to fix that? Let's go to featured, and there's a small problem here with our product details. So let's open up our product details, and this does not have to be a stateful widget. So I'll copy this and we create a stateless widget called details with the same name. Good. And in here we'll just paste the code we previously had. And what we are going to do here is doing a final product model. So what we are doing here basically is calling a product object, taking a product object, a product model object has a parameter of this stateless widget. Right? Now let's start doing some modifications. And this is the first section. Actually, you already know how we are going to go about this one here. And what we will do is copy the code we already have. So make use of this. And again, this code that we are taking from here will just make sure that when the image is loading, we are going to see that loading widget. So we will import this and this. Remember that the height is supposed to be 350. Good. Let's go down a bit to where we have the product name here, and we'll just have product name here. Where we have the price, we'll just have here product.price divided by 100. And then we'll see how we will take care of these other specifications, such as the size and the color. We'll have a look, but for now let's see if this works. Let's test this out. Here goes nothing. No, wait, we still have to do something. Sorry. When we click on this, we want to make sure first let's call the change screen method. It's better. And here we'll call the product details. And for the product, we will pass product. Good. And let's do the same thing for the product card. Let's wrap the whole thing inside of a widget, a gesture detector widget, and on tap method we'll do a change screen, and here we'll call product details as the widget. And again for the product, just pass product. Now let's test it to see if it works the way it's supposed to. It does, but we have a problem here. We have a problem with the height of this. Let's open up our product details. And how can we fix that? Instead of box fit, let's do fill and see how it reflects. Still okay. Let's do width is equal to double dot infinity to take up the whole width of the screen. Now a couple images are going to be overstretched, mainly because the sizes of the images are not something I took into account when I was inserting this into our database. That's why a couple images are overstretched. But the most important thing is that it's working, right? And that's perfectly fine. What we could do probably to overcome this is increase the height and see what happens. Okay, seems like we are going to get a lot of problems for doing that. But let's see if we change here as well. Boom, I think it looks better. Let's try it with the first image. Yeah, it does look better. So it's fine. And if we click here, it works the way it's supposed to. Good. Now we want to make sure these colors and the sizes are correct, right? and the user can just select one of this. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Hello beautiful people, welcome back to the channel. Probably this is still the same video, so you're not understanding why I'm greeting you guys again. But as I told you, actually this whole video is a collection of small videos I've been making, right? Anyways, what we are going to do here is, first of all, I think that I will change the way the color selection and the size selection works. For simplicity purposes, we'll have to rethink about this. And I was thinking about using drop down buttons, and I don't know how is that going to be, but we'll try it out. And the second thing here is that if you see here, all of the products are on sale, even though some of these products are not on sale, but we still get all of the products here on sale. So let's fix that first. Let's fix that part first. And I guess we just have to go to widgets. Widgets, and we are looking for this products, which is fine. Now let me just adjust my mic 1 second. Okay, sorry for that, but let me just make sure we have everything the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, let's continue. As I was saying, now we are going to go down and actually have your product. Let's go down to where we have on sale, which is this text spam here, and I'll try to do something as simple as product dot sale. If it is on sale, we'll return that it is on sale, and if it's not on sale, we'll return nothing. I'll do a hot rest. I'll restart the app. And try to see if our changes are actually reflected in here. And again, my images are processing, taking this time to process because my connection is not very good, but it looks like we have no product on sale. Yeah, it looks like we have no products on sale. Or what we can do to have this at least looking good is and again, this is not needed. What I'm doing now is not something we need to do. I'm just trying to do something to improve our app. I guess it was I guess I would have to go to our database and make sure that all of the products are not on sale, to make sure that what we are getting here is actually correct or accurate. Let's open up Chrome and have a look. Here we have Chrome. We can have you on let's go and check and I'm going to check our Firebase database to make sure that what we are getting on the app is actually right, because based on what we have on the application, no product is on sale. And we're just trying to make sure that that's true. And here we have our database. Sale of this one was false, of this one is false as well, of this one is false as well, of this one is false, and in fact no product seem to be on sale. What we can do is change some of these values to see if this is going to be reflected on the app. Maybe change for like 2 products and see if the code actually works. Let's see. I'll change here and here. We have this on sale. I'll add it, set this to true, update the value. Now let's try to restart our application and see if this is going to be reflected on the app level. And in fact it is. So this is good. This is super good. Every time that we do get a product on sale, we will have that reflected here on the app, which is fine, to be honest. Which is fine. Good. Now we want to do something else here. On our product details screen, let's go down, and it's here. Wow, we have a lot of code here. Select the color. You know what, I will just get rid of all of this. Because honestly speaking, I think that would be better. So I'll just have a row with children, have main axis alignment. Let's try space around. Oops, what is this? This is not supposed to be here. Main axis alignment, we'll have it here, and have main axis alignment, space around. And now here inside of this, let's have custom text. call this select a color. And let's see how this is reflected in the app. Let's change the color of the text here to have something like, let's have color white. Good. So what we want to do here is to add a drop down button, and this is not very easy to implement. I don't know why. There is a lot of work to go around creating drop downs, I think. But anyways, let's see if I still remember correctly the way of doing it. We're calling a drop down widget of the type string, because the items that we will have here are strings. Good. Here we will add something we call value, and value is basically the value that is going to be displayed on our drop down. And at the beginning we'll just have here red. Unchanged will basically show what will be displayed on the drop down. This is the text that it's actually displayed on the drop down. So we'll have here value. Sorry for the noise. We'll have here value, and let's do a to do here to make sure we know that we still have to add logic. Add logic here. This is logic. Good. And now here for our items, we'll have string and have a list of items. And remember that the value is inclusive, meaning that the value present here must be inside of our items list. So I'll have here red, and now I'll have here blue. But this is not all. We need to use the map method, and map is usually used to perform some operations on iterables. Let's suppose we have a list and we want to do some specific operation for every single item inside of that list. We would use map. It's a very handy method though. So we'll have here map, and now what we need from this map actually is something we call drop down menu item, and hopefully I'm spelling this correctly. And in here we need a string. Good. And now sorry, in here we'll just have our string value, and this, it's supposed to return drop down menu item. Let's add two things. First, value, which in our case is going to be equal to value. And now for the text, For the child, I mean, we'll have text value. I mean, this should be it, but now when we click on our drop down, nothing is going to happen. And one last thing we may need to add it so that everything is visible is style. We'll have here text style, and let's define the color white to make sure the items inside of our drop down and everything is going to be visible, right? Let's have a look on visor. We do not have visor on yet. Somehow it closed, so let me open up visor. So opening visor, okay. Let's give it some seconds to load. And if your internet connection is fine, you probably won't need to wait for images to load, but let's see how things are looking like. Okay, there's something I'm missing here, which is making sure at the end that this is going to return a list. So we have to do to list here at the end. So I'll have to restart our app again. Wait for a few seconds. Okay. Wow, this is taking a bit. Not nice. Whatever, let me open up this image. You know, and now we are finally able to see this colors, and we can click here and select, right? If you do not like very much how this is being displayed, you can come here to the row, and instead of space around, you would do space between. Good. And here, to improve the way it looks, we can do custom text value. The thing is, if we do space between, we'll probably need to add some paddings for the drop down and the text widgets, but that's a minor. The connection not being very helpful, but we'll try to work with what we have. And the red color seems to have changed here, which is not the behavior we want. Which is definitely not the behavior we want. Okay. We'll leave this as space around for now. I think it looks better like this. I just don't know why our text went missing there. The problem is the way to solve this would be to give color red, for example. You know, and like this, we would solve the issue. Now we have here red. Well, at least it is working. Let's try to see if we can animate the way this thing works, which would be doing colors. Colors. Dot. I don't know if this is going to work. Nah, it's not going to work. We'll leave it a red. Just like that. And pass the same behavior to the size. And then we'll see how to, or it's easy. We can start now trying to do something like product dot colors zero here. And let's try here product dot colors, because we already have this set of colors inside of our database. Now there's a problem here, because we have explicitly defined this as strings, but our list colors here is a dynamic list. What we can do to try and fix this, we can go about two ways of fixing this. We can just do this. So when we remove string here, we are saying that this value is dynamic. We're not explicitly saying that it's going to be a string, as if we don't really know what the value is, even though we do know that is a string. But because our list is dynamic, we cannot explicitly say that this value is going to be a string, because the list can have any type of values. That's why we're getting the error. And let's see if we do it this way, things are going to work. Still loading, but we do not have a lot of time to wait, so. And it does work. Now we have the list of colors here, and we can select from those. Now nothing happens because we do not have the logic, right? But now what we want to do is basically taking this same logic and bring it over to our size select size. So what we are going to do is actually just clicking this. We are going to copy this widget, this padding widget, copy it, and if you have a look, all of this was manually hard coded, so we'll get rid of this hard coded section. Good. And now we are going to change select a color to select the size, and here instead of colors we'll have sizes, and here we'll have sizes as well. And if we restart the app, we can see how everything works out. We can see how everything works out. And I'll just select something random here. And I'm sorry for these messages. But, okay. But we have now the ability of selecting the sizes here. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry for this. Let's continue. And this is the drawback of using a real device, because sometimes we'll have calls interrupting and everything. But no problem. Let's continue. Where were we? Okay, and now we can just select the sizes, the available sizes for the products, just like this. And it's all fine, I guess. So you can go with a space between if you think it looks better, and I usually do space between, and this is how it's going to look actually. What you would have to do, it's probably adding some padding here and on our drop down as well. And you would have something that looks more or less like this. And if you see, every single time we do something, this is being pushed down. We will have to take care of that as well. Or you can even get rid of this. So now it's just a question of how you would like to have this, to be honest. And I'll go up a bit, do the same thing here. Do the same thing here, and then getting rid of the space around. Okay, one thing that I'm not liking about this is this whole space that is existing here. It's not needed, to be honest. So I think I can take care of that in a good way. So instead of having a edge insets all, you'll have symmetric and horizontal. And what this will do, this will do the same padding but only horizontally. And this is what we do because, you know, you see it looks a bit better. And now we are going to do the same thing here with this thing here. Sorry, I'll copy this and paste here and here and get rid of this. Let's see. Oops, sorry. And this is how it looks now. And let's have 0 and 0 for the padding, because it feels like we're having a lot of vertical space which is not needed. Good. And we will eventually, now we'll just have to take care of this session, because if you see, the description is not very visible. But what's good is that this is working the way we wanted it to do. We cannot select yet, but that's easy. We can take care of that. With no problem. And now what else is there to be done? What else can be done? I think it looks good. Now we just have to make this look good, and then start implementing the logic to actually click on things. That when we click on small, for example, for size, the value turns into small here. Okay, great. So guys, now what we have to do is actually, let me open up Visor. It's actually start adding our products to the cart, to the user cart, right? And how are we going to do that? Let's go to our Firebase or your Firebase project for this example, and this is what we have. If we go to databases, let it load. But what I want to say is, here on our models, we'll have to add another file called cart item, which will give a structure to every single items inside of our product cart, right? And the carts will be inserted inside of the user, so the user will have the cart parameter as well, which is good, which is extremely good. I mean, it's going to be easier for us to get the products from the cart. So what we have to do now is go to your food app course, and you have here a model called cart item right here. And it's simple. Now we'll just have to copy this file, go back to our real project, and create a new dart file and call it cart item as well. So we'll call this guy cart item. Here we have the new file, and I'll just paste this code here. Good. Now let's have a close look and see what can be changed in here. So I will just have to zoom a bit. Oops. Can we zoom in? Yeah. Now let's see what we have here. At the very top, we can get rid of this because we're not using that. We have here class cart model. Good. We have the ID, and this is the ID of the cart item. We need this. We have the name. This is the name of the product, right? For simplicity's sake, we can change this to product name if you want. The same way we have product ID here to specify that this ID is different from this ID. This ID is the ID of the document of the cart item in the case, and this is the ID of the product it represents. We have the image, which is the image of the product image, right? And we have the quantity representing because one cart item can have many products, right? Good. For simplicity's sake, we can do here product name, but then we would have to change all of this. I'll just leave it like that. But I hope you guys understand that this is the name of the product, this is the image of the product, the quantity, and the price. This all belongs to the product. All of these fields are related to the product. And what else? Here we have restaurant ID, which is we would not need here because we're not dealing with restaurants. And this would be useful if we were, for example, creating an app where we can have multiple sellers. Here, instead of restaurant ID, we could put something like store ID, for example. But for our case, we do not need that. So let me just get rid of that. Let me get rid of that here as well. We do not need that. And we are good. 1 second. We are good to go. So what will be done here is, and I'm just checking here on my mobile to see if everything is fine, and it is. Okay, sorry for that. I was checking the app on the device. But let's continue. What is going to happen here is this. Going back to our app, if we go back to our app on Visor, we will see that if we click on the product, we still have a couple of fields. For example, the color, the user selected, and the size. And this is very important, right? Because with the cart item, we need to know the color and the size the user is looking for. So what we are going to do here is we need 2 strings again. I'll just copy from here and paste. For this case, this is going to be size and here this is going to be the color. So we have here size, and here we have color. Good. Now obviously we would have to create this. We'll have to create this. Let me do it like this. Here we'll have size. Oops, that's a typo. Here we'll have size, and here we'll have color. My keyboards are very loud. I hope you guys do not mind that. Oh, how did I get rid of the product ID? That's weird. Then I'll have here product ID. All good. Now we just have to create getters again for our new private variables. As you guys might know by now that we need to have that. And this one is going to be the getter for the size, and this one is going to be the getter for the color. And here we'll have size. Oops. Size and color. Okay. Let's go. We still need to initialize the variables here inside of our constructors, so that's something you cannot forget. Here we have size and color. So we have here data color. Good. And let's make sure that when we are creating a map, we also have here size, which is going to be size, and that we have color, which is going to be color, like this. Good. So again, if you do not remember, we use this method when we want to create a map from the object. When we want to convert this object to map, we use this method. When we want to initialize this object, we use this named constructor called from map. So we are getting the data from a map and converting it to the cart item model. Right. Good. This is good enough. Should be good enough. Perfect. Now another thing that we are going to have here is when I do open my app. Okay, I already changed this to add to cart, which is fine. The only thing I do not really like here is how this description is looking like, but we just have to resize the app and this is going to be solved. Right. what is next for us to do is actually being able to create the product card. There are two approaches that we could use here. Let me go back to the database. There are two approaches that we could use here. And on the food app, what I did is I have the card related to the user here inside of the user field, right? So the card information comes in here inside of the user. But probably that cannot probably you can find out that that's not the best approach you could use, because you can just create another collection here and call it card, the same way we did with brands, category, products. And for every single entry in the card, we'll just create this the document ID is going to be the user owning the entry, and then the details we have here for the user, we are going to have them there. You could do it like that as well, but here I'll just stick with the same way I did there. I'll just have the card here inside of the user details, right? And we are going to reuse the code from the food app course. That's why it's essential for you guys to have the food app course, the food app source code. But again, the link is in the description, because you really need to have that code to follow up here, because most of the things we are just getting from here and refactoring them to what we need on the e-commerce app. Good. With that out of the way, let's go to screens and details. Here is where we have details. Let's go down because we want to see something. When we actually do press add to cart, and this is what we have. Let me zoom in a bit. So we are going to have a very similar logic, right? We are going to have a very similar logic there, where we are going to have one method on the user provider saying add to cart, and there was a typo I'm seeing just now. I've spelled it wrongly, because here is add to cart, but it was supposed to be add to cart, where we are going to pass the product and the quantity we want to add to cart. And if I click here on add to cart, you'll see something interesting, which is, let me zoom in a bit. Here, this method is going to take the product model and the quantity, and we are going to create a try, obviously. And the first thing that we do is generating a new card. What is this? We are generating a new card item ID, and we have this map. And finally, we are converting this to a card item, right? And finally, again, we have user services dot add to cart method, and this is the method that takes the cart item and the user ID. Let me open up this method again. And again, I'm just explaining you guys a bit what we will be doing, just to make it as simple as possible, right? So what we have here is this. The card in the user is going to be an array or list. Array list, same thing, right? So when we have a new cart item, we'll just add that item to our cart list. And when we remove an item, we'll just remove from that list. So these two methods are the heart of this operation. So what I'm going to do is basically copy this. I'll copy this and go back to our project and services. Where do we have services? Here we have services, user services. This is what we need now, and paste. Zoom in a bit and try to explain it to you guys. Even though we are not typing all of this, I want to make sure you guys do understand what's happening. Let me import the cart item. Again, we are accessing our Firebase store collection, and if you see collection here is users, we are accessing the users collection, and we want this specific document, the user ID. We want to access this user document and want to update data where we have card. If we do not have card field on this document, we'll just create a new field called card, and field value. And this code here is actually how you update values to an array in Firestore. So you'll have field value dot array union and pass the item. What we are saying is we are performing an union operation here. So basically is what you already have on the cart. If you have something, we want to add this. It's kind of appending. We want to append this to the list, to the already existing list. And this is basically what this code does. Hopefully you guys get that. And remove card is basically the same logic. The only difference is here. Instead of doing array union, we want to do array remove this, right? And this is how we remove items from our cards. I hope you guys understood that. Good. So if you pay attention, there's a pattern here. Is like every time we are building a new feature, we start from the service. The service is the very base, and the service is what interacts directly with the database, right? Is what interacts directly with the database. We call it service, right? It could be Firebase or any other database. And then on top of the service, we have the provider. And on top of the provider, we have the actual application UI. So the provider has a middleman between the services and the application UI, because we do modify things in the service level, and the provider will notify our application, right? So the provider is kind of the middleman. Good. Now, what's going to happen? Let's go to the source code. We already have the service, right? So what's happening now is that we'll need to go to our user provider, and we have this method called add to card, which should be add to cart. But okay, I'll copy the method and do some modifications to what we need. Again, come here to providers, user. For now, we have few methods here, but not a problem. Go down and paste this. We are going to have some errors, which is natural. The first thing that we need to make sure here is where we have our product provider, product model. We need to import this. So let's go here. Let me zoom in a bit. I don't need this print statement now. Here, add to card. Make sure it's card, not card. Good. And let's import the product model, because this is something that we need to use here. And import the UUID. I think we do not have this package. So what I'll do is just go Flutter UUID. So here just have to go to installing, and we need this. Copy, go to pubspec.yaml file, and paste that. Surprisingly, we do not have the UUID. I usually always have this in my projects, but no issue. Give it some seconds to load, and it's all good. We can proceed. Now what we are going to do is actually importing. Oh, did we import? Yeah, imported, and it's good. There's another modification that, and then here we have the cart item ID. So what we are doing here, we are importing. This is how you make use of the UUID library or package. You have this variable UUID, and then have string cart item is equal to UUID.v4, which is the version 4 of the UUID, and this will generate a unique identifier to our cart item ID. Perfect. We have that out of the way. And then the second thing we are doing here, we are creating a list of the type cart, and we are doing equal to user model.cart. We are having this error because for our user model, we do not have the cart property yet, but we'll need to have that now. So to make that possible, we'll go back to this, to the food app core source code, and for the model here, user model, and this is what we want, and we want to make sure we have this, all of this structure here. So let me zoom in a bit and show you guys how we are going to get this. First of all, we need to copy this public variable called cart, which is a list of cart item models. So copy this guy, come to our application, user model, where we have models. We want to go to the user, and the logic is the same. I'll call this public variables. Oops. Boom. We have the cart thing, the cart variable. Import. But this is not enough to solve our problem. So let me go down here and down. We need this method, which is called convert cart items, and let me copy the method, and then I'll explain it to you guys what it does. I know I told you before, but I'm just doing this copying and pasting because all of this code has been explained before on our food app. So I'm not going over it because, you know, it is already done. But okay, let us continue. Let me copy this back here, down here, and paste everything. Okay, let's go. Good. The final touch, which is the magic, will happen here. Let me copy and try to give you guys a very brief explanation here. Zoom in, create a static constant and call it cart. So call this guy cart. now what is happening here? If you remember, or if you know, I told you, if you remember, I told you a couple minutes back that we are going to store the card inside of the user's document, and we are going to store it as a list, right? It's a dynamic list. What we are doing here is that when we get that list, the dynamic list, we want to convert that list into a list of card item model, right? So it's going to be easier for us to use it inside of our application, right? So that's why I have this method here called convert card items. Convert card items will do exactly what it sounds like it's going to do. We are going to get a list card, which is a dynamic list. Dynamic list meaning it can have any type of elements. It can be a list of integers or anything. Until this point here, we do not know what we are dealing with. So what we are doing with this method, we want to make sure that we are dealing with card item models list. So we are getting the list here and converting every single item inside of the card list into a card item model, right? Again, we have here converted. We have this variable here called converted card, which is of the type card item model. And what we are doing is doing a for loop for every single element inside of the card list, this list here, which is a map. We know that it's a map. We stored everything here as a map. What we are doing is convert card, which is this list, dot add. We are adding elements into this list, card item model dot from map, and passing the card item, which is a map. And remember that we defined this method here inside of our constructor of our model. And when it's all done, we want to return the converted card. And the converted card is going to be assigned to the card here, which is this public variable, which has the same type as the converted card if you have a look. Again, this 2 question marks is basically if this is null, if we get null from this, is if there's nothing from the card, just assign this to an empty list. Good. Let's go back, and here if you have a look, our problem is solved. Card item. Now for this, can get rid of this comment, it's not needed. Here if we want, we can even specify that this is going to be of the type card item model, because we know for sure that this is a card item model. We can basically do that. Now what is left here for us to do is basically assigning the correct values here. This is product picture. We used picture in this case, not image. And for the restaurant ID, if you remember, we got rid of this. We do not need this anymore. And we got rid of the total restaurant sales. It's done. Product ID, we need this. The price, we need this as well. The quantity, actually I can get rid of the quantity here, because the way we structured our code, and I was forgetting this, the way we structured our code, we buy one item at a time. It's different because on the food app you can order pizza and burgers and rice at the same time, but here we are kind of doing one item at the time, so we do not need to have that. Since we did the change here, what we need to do now is going to the users and add to cart. Okay, it's good. We have to change nothing here. It's fine. Okay, let me open up the model, cart item model, because we want to make sure we have all of the elements we need. The quantity, we can get rid of this, it's not needed no more. And I was forgetting this part, but get rid of this, it's fine. We need the color and the size, and we have a total of seven variables, or 7 properties. And here we have 1 2 3, we have 5, so we're just missing 2. So the other one is going to be size, which is a string that we can add here. So we just have to define this as a string, call it size, and we need another string here that we are going to call color. So here we have size, which is going to be equal to size, and color. Oops, make sure you are spelling this correctly. Color is going to be equal to color as well. Good. So we already have the map, and this map has the exact same structure as our cart item model, and this is important, right? Make sure the names are correct, they match, because if they do not match, this is not going to work the way we intended to do, at least. Good. For our user services, it looks like we do not have user services here yet. No, we do have user services. So what's the issue here? We do have user services. So here we have user service, add to cart, user ID, and the cart item. And if we have a look here, this is what's going to happen. We have the user ID and the cart item here. Perfect. So ladies and gentlemen, now we just completed the code that it's going to add our product to the cart, right? On the next video, what we would do is actually, it's the same video. Sorry, I forgot that. Because I'm doing this in parts, I forgot that I'll just join everything together. But as a matter of fact, let me just wrap this up now to see how is it going to work. And then I can stop this and continue the next video next time. But it's not going to make a difference. You guys are going to see this one single time anyways. Back to the project, we need screens, product details, and this is what we need. We are here, product details. Let's go back to where we have add to cart. Let me see if we already have the provider here. Seems like we don't, so I'll just call it. And we product details, and we are going to pass the provider here. Probably need to import a couple things, so import the provider and import the user provider here. Good. So what we would have to do now is going down to where we have the button that says add to cart. Where we have the buttons that say add to cart, and this is how we are going to work with this logic actually. here. But I just remembered, sorry, and now let me add a to do here. To do, add to cart logic. I remember that we still have a couple to dos here. We still have couple to dos that are essential before we add to cart, and one of them is the process of actually selecting the color and the size, because now we just click but nothing happens. Okay, let's fix that. Let's fix that. Let's go to products. Let's go to product. And this is actually where we're getting the product from. And I'm trying to think of a very good logic that we could use to change this value. What would be easier to do here actually, and I was trying, and I'm seeing how we can use providers to change this, but the easiest way, and since it's something very simple, which is just change what's selected, I could go with a set state here for our case, because I don't want to do nothing way complex to just change these values, because this is just changing the values, right? I don't want to overdo it. Okay, let's try to do this the easiest way possible. And the easiest way possible would be to override we need to create init state, and I guess it's, and I'm trying to find out the init sorry, and I'm making some confusion. Oops. So guys, I tried to restart the application and I got this error here, and the application only loads. Right, that's a problem. But on our previous video, we were basically trying to create an init statement for our product details, and what we have to actually do here is, and now let me try to go back to the state we were in. Let me go back a bit to the state we were in. And sorry, I did some modifications here, but okay. You should have something like this on your side of the application. And if you try to restart your application now, it's not going to work. First of all, let's fix this and continue here with our init statement. And the way to fix that is just come here. Is an extremely easy fix, to be honest. Just have to copy this from here and have it in here, and it was just this that I had to do. And if you restart your app now, you'll see it working the way it is supposed to. Perfect. Now let's continue. If you go to product details, first of all, you cannot have an init statement on a stateless widget. So we'll convert this into a stateful widget. And then, create two variables. Create two string variables. I can just call it color like this. We can initialize it into an empty string. And apart from color, we need size. So we have color and we have size. Good. Now, another thing that we need here is our init statement. And what we are going to do here on our init statement is basically saying that color is going to be equal to widget.product dot colors 0, which is basically saying that the first element of the list of colors is going to be selected as the active color. And here we do the same thing for the sizes. Good. Now coming down here, to our drop down, we have here select color, and here instead of having this, we'll have just color. We continue going down, and here we'll have just size. We restart the app and see if everything works the way we expect it to do. Let's wait a bit for the images to load. And this is going to depend on your internet speed. Good. We have this image, for example, and it works, but if you click, still nothing happens. Now, what are we going to do? Very simple. Having this now, we'll do set state and do color is equal to value. Oops, this is for the size. Size equal to value. And do the same thing here for the color. Set state color equal to value. And again, this is the simplest way I could find, because I didn't want to create a whole provider to take care of this and overdo it, because actually we're not dealing with application logic here. In a way, we're just changing the value of a drop down. So I think we shouldn't have to make this over complicated, and it's going to affect nothing when it comes to the performance of the application, so it's fine. I'll restart. I did restart the app again, but you could just do a hard reload, it would be enough. But I guess it's just a habit I have of just restarting the application. We can wait for the image to load. We can click it right away, and it finished here. Let's try it. And it works. Works perfectly fine for the colors that we have available. The user can now select, and that's a major thing. Simple and straight to the point logic. Good. What are we going to do now is actually start creating the we will actually create the order, I mean adding the product to cart. We'll actually start doing that. Okay. What we want to do is go down, add to cart. Here we need to add this logic to add this to cart. Let's add another provider called app, and if you go to the food app source code, I'm sorry, providers, here we have app, and we have a lot of logic here that we don't really need everything that it's here, so I'll just write the file from scratch. I'm sorry for that. Sorry, so sorry. Provider, new Dart file, app provider. Class app provider. With change notifier, and we're good to go. Let's create a boolean called is loading, and we are actually equal to false by default, and we are actually going to use this variable to keep track if something is loading on the app. Void change is loading, and we are going to use this method to change the value of the variable is loading. So what we are going to do here is loading equal to not is loading. So whatever value the is loading variable has, we are just going to reverse it, and then we cannot forget to notify listeners. we must make sure that the app knows about that provider. So we'll have here app provider. Good. That was done. Product details. And let's see what we can do here. Material, go down. Okay, we can perform some changes here. Let's do app. Let's go at the very top. Copy the structure of this guy, paste it here. Call it app provider. And here we want to work with app provider. Need to import this one. Oops. We'll need to import this one. Good. Go at the very bottom. And what we want to do here is that when we click on add to cart, some operations will be performed, and during that process we want to be able to see that something is being loaded, right? So I'll have here app provider dot is loading. If it is loading, we'll have our loading widget here. If it's not, we'll just have our text. Good. So that when the user clicks on this button, the first thing that's going to happen is that we are going to do app provider dot change is loading. And don't forget to write this twice. So by default, the value of the variable is loading is going to be false. So if we do change is loading, this will put the app that is loading to true, and this will return it to the initial value. So any code we need to, the logic we need actually will go in between these two. Good. What we want to do is user model or user provider, sorry, dot add to cart. And then again, we need product that we want to add to cart, which in our case is going to be widget dot product. We need the color, which will be equal to color. And we finally need the size, which will be equal to size. This here should be enough for us to test, but let's add a bit of spiciness. Just joking. Let's improve a bit what we have here. Final key, and this is going to be a global key, and the type is going to be scaffold state. And we will assign that key to this scaffold here. Key is going to be equal to key. Good. What's missing now is, let's open up this app, food app files, and let's go to screens and details screen. And now we need this logic here. Let me just copy this, and you guys will understand why in a minute. And go to our on press. Let's go down. Make sure this is async. Good. Paste the code here. What is happening here is, let me copy this piece of code in here and I will explain what's happening. In here where we have value, I can just put here await and paste this. Change is loading. Good. Actually what we're trying to do is, if you remember, the add to cart is a boolean method. Actually is a future method, boolean here. If this works fine, we are going to return true, and if doesn't work fine, we are going to return false. Good. Oops. Having that in mind, we have here if await, and we are getting the value, right? And if this looks hard to understand for you guys, we can just remove this from here and actually create a variable. Let's call it result. Or even better, succeeded or success. So what's happening here, we have this variable called success, and we're doing add to cart, and if this operation does succeed, success is going to be equal to true, and if it doesn't, success is going to be equal to false, right? So if it does succeed, we have here key, and remember that we assigned this value key to the scaffold key. We have here key current state show snack bar. This is going to show a snack bar, and the snack bar is going to display the following text: added to cart. Added to cart. And after that, we can just change the is loading value and return. This will just stop execution of whatever is coming after this line of code. And another option is having else. I mean, if this doesn't load, or if the product is not added to cart, I can copy this. I can copy this whole thing actually. Paste it here. Get rid of this. And have just not added to cart. So if we succeed, we are going to have here added to cart. If we do not succeed, we are going to have not added to cart. So it's basically that actually. Good. We restart our app and see if the code we've been writing forever is going to run the way we expect it to do. Wait for a few seconds. Okay, it's taking a bit longer. So, okay, we already have an image here. Let's select some colors. And I'll have black. For the size, I'll have XL. And here goes nothing. Let's click add to cart. Added to cart. It says that the product was already added to cart. Okay, let's see if it actually did work. And how can we go about doing that? Let's go back here to our Flutter app course, models, and we have here user model. Good. Sorry, it's not models, is providers. What we are looking for, we have user provider, and we are looking for one method which is called reload model. So I'll copy this and go to our user provider here. Where we have all providers, services, screens, provider, we have here user provider. And here we have user services. And what this will do is when we call this method, we'll have the chance of uploading our user, updating our user model. And where do we call this? Here, if everything works perfectly fine, before we return, we want to do user provider dot reload model. Good. And we'll test if this actually did work in a minute. Now what's going to happen is we need to have a cart screen, so that when the user clicks on the cart, we actually see something on the cart. All right. And that's actually going to be our task. If we would like to test this out the simplest way would be to go to our user model and user provider, sorry, and make sure that here we just print cart items, for example, and this will just print the number of items we have on our cart if we do have something. But since we have added something for this particular user, we should get something out of this method. So we'll have user model, we'll have your user model dot cart dot length. And I'll print it a few times to make sure it's going to be displayed, and let's see if it does work. You see here we have cart items 1, and so it does work. Let's try to add another item to our cart and reload the app again. To make sure again that everything is working the way we intended to do. We have this product. It's instantaneous, so what we want to do now is restart our application and see the changes being reflected. You see cart items now are equal to 2, meaning that this is working the way we expect it to do, which is perfect. Now let's start the process of actually building the cart's screen. So guys, as you saw, we are now able to actually add products to the user cart. What we want to do now is being able to seeing those products in the application, right? And again, we are going to make use of our beloved food app, because if we come here to the screens, we'll see that we already have a cart screen. Here. And what we will do here is basically make use of this sorry, my computer is a bit slow for whatever reason. But as I was saying, we are just going to make use of the code we have here. Good. Let's open up here where we have our app provider, and pay attention that this app provider is for our food app course, but there's a lot of things we can reuse here. But at the moment, what we want is actually we have here get total price. Now let's go back to our cart. Start by copying this code, which I sense that we will have to modify a lot, but that's not a big deal. We create a new Dart file and we will also call this cart. Okay, it says that the file already exists. Here it is. So I'll just paste that code here and we will in fact have a lot of errors, which we will try to fix one by one. First of all, let's remove all of these imports and zoom in a bit. Order services, I will comment this for now because we still do not have this. Or what we could do is start by building our order services. Come here to services and new Dart file, call this order. We would have to create this file anyways. If we do the same thing for our, if we do the same thing here on our food app, sorry, if we do the same thing here on our food app, let's go to services. Okay, here we have called this helpers, but it's the same thing. And we will just copy this, to be honest, because we kind of need everything that's in here. Go back to our wait. Yeah, I really have my computer acting up, which is bad. Maybe because I've been coding for hours, to be honest. I would just have to restart the computer or something. Okay. Okay. Seems like it is working now. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, we are having a lot of problems here, to be honest. And this is nothing good. Oops. Okay, let's continue. I think it's all sorted now. Here we are going to copy our order service and paste it here. Good. We are going to have a bunch of errors, but that's not a big deal. And finally, here on our models, we are going to create a new Dart file and call it order as well. Go back to our beloved food app, and to our models we are going to copy order as well. Yeah, paste it. Okay, now we are going to start modification, the modification process from our models, and then we go one step up, one level up to the service and one level up to the providers and everything. Let's start here. ID, good. Description, okay, we'll leave it. Card, important. User ID, the total, the status, the date. Restaurant ID is not important. And we go down, get rid of this, get rid of this. This is basically everything we needed, or everything we need from our orders to work. And again, it's the same structure we use to create models, so I'll not explain it to you guys because I will assume you already know the use of this code here, which you should. But just creating some static constants for the ID, the description, card, user ID, total, and the status. And you guys know that after creating this, we have to create the private variables with the same name as the constants. The only difference is that obviously these are private variables, so we are going to create private variables with the same name, and then we have a private variable for the ID, description, user ID, status of the order, creation date, and the total value of the order. And after having that, here we have to create getters for our variable. The only difference is that here we have a card as a public variable, which is a list, and then we are getting all of these values from snapshot. That's why we have here from set snapshot, document snapshot, and we are assigning this to this private private variables here, and the card as well. So let's continue. Let's go to our services. And the first thing to do is to get rid of the imports. Good. Zoom in a bit. And let's see what we have here. We have user ID, ID of the order on our case, description, status, card, and total price. Import the card item model. Converted card, it's important. List of restaurant IDs, it's not. So get rid of that and remove it from here as well. So we have the user ID, the card. And remember that here we're dealing with the converted card because we cannot take the card. Here has a list of card items because Firebase will not understand the use of this card items model. So we have to make sure that now the converted card is of the type map, right? Good. Get rid of this, of the restaurant IDs. We need to import our cart item model, and get rid of this as well. Actually, this is what we need, and in here is just a for loop that it's going to convert to take the elements from the cart we are getting here when we create the order and convert them into a map and append them into this converted cart. Remember that every single item on our cart model has this method called toMap, and basically takes the cart item model and converts it into a map. So we are converting this cart item model into a map, and then appending it into our converted cart list here. Sorry. And after that, basically we are just creating this document called, we are creating the order here. Good. Now we have another method here, and what this does, this will get all of the orders from this particular user. And this is basically what we have, get orders. Extremely easy method, again accessing our Firebase file store, and we are querying this where the user ID is equal to the user ID we pass here to the current user ID. We want to get that document, and then we create a list called orders, and do the same process with the for loop we usually do to convert one list type to another. We have here document snapshot in results, because this is going to get a document snapshot. And what we are doing is that orders.add, remember that this orders is a list of the type order model. We are doing add order model dot from snapshot order, and returning the user orders. Well, this should be good enough. Let's go straight to our cart now and start changing things. First thing is importing this. Second thing is making use of our providers. Let me rename this variable. Instead of having it as user, it would be helpful if we could specify that this is a user provider. Good. And for the app, we are going to do the same thing. Specify that we are now dealing with a variable called app provider. Good. Go down a bit, and we'll have to import this. So we import the colors and the custom text as well. Good. Import our loading icon, loading widget. Good. We have here our list view builder. I really do not have to go and explain the work these widgets will do because this is just statics and it's not very important. What I will do here is just go down, get rid of this. I guess it's line 93 where we have quantity. I think I can get rid of this. We do not need that now. Oh, I mean, we do not need it for this project. And again, a cool way of selecting a widget is just double clicking on it and doing Ctrl W and just removing it. It's faster. Now we have here icon button, and this icon will delete something from the cart. App provider, we need to change this method to change is loading. This is how it's named now. Okay. Again, we can rename this to success, and it's a variable name. You can leave it as value. I'm just using success for the sake of this video, for the sake of your understanding. So if this operation is succeeds, we are going to do that. User provider, remove from cart. I don't know if we already have defined that method, but at least the service is done. Anyways, we'll just come here to our providers where we have user, and this is the user provider. We need to go down to this method here, remove from cart. Make use of the same method, copy it, go to our user provider and paste it here. Sorry, what we need is user service, not user. User services dot remove from cart. Now we can go back to our cart, and this should be gone. And what this method will do is basically do a basic bool success is equal to, and now we are going to perform here user provider dot remove from cart, and now we have here cart item user provider dot user model dot cart item. So what we are doing is that we want to remove from cart this specific cart item of this particular index, right? Copy this, paste it here. Copy it and paste it here. Good. Just trying to make sure everything is right. Let's continue going down. Here on our user model, we need this variable called total cart price. And the way of getting that is, again, and if you see the structure is almost the same here, it's almost the same structure. Sorry, let me user model total cart price. Here, let's go to models user to the very top. We need this, and we'll call it price sum. And here on our Flutter e-commerce, on our e-commerce project, we'll go to our user model as well, user, and add this variable. And we'll need the method that it's going to actually change the value of the price. So second variable to be added is called price sum, or total price here. Get price, and this is the logic that it's going to do just that. And remember, all of this code was explained before on my food e-commerce app. If you really feel like you're not understanding what's going on, if just copying and pasting is not enough for you, you can go and check it out, and the link is in the description. Good. If the cart is empty, the result will be 0, or else we are going to do cart item for every single item. I can get rid of the quantity because we're not going to use quantity here. We're going to add the price to our price sum here. Good. Let's do something to make sure we are dealing with integers here. I'll do int temp equal 0. Temp is a temporary variable, or even better, we'll do int temp is equal to because I guess the values are stored in double on the database. Sorry. Or as a matter of fact, I'll let it like this, and if we get the error, I'll show you how to fix it instead of showing you how to fix before we even get the problem. Okay, good. And now if we go to our cart, you'll see that now we will get the total cart value there on our model. And now we just have to import this our cart item, and magic, we only have one error to fix, which is, what is the issue here? Was just a comma. Trying to organize the code. Now this should work fine with no problems, but let's see. To test this out, now we'll have to go to home. At the very top here, where we have this widget, let's change this to icon button, or to make it easier, you can just add here gesture detector. So we are going to wrap this with a gesture detector. On tap, we want to change screen. And the screen that we want to open is this one, the card screen. Obviously we need to import the screen, so import and restart the app to see if the code is going to actually work. Okay, let it load, and now we are going to try to access the card. And now we have a problem saying the method was called on null. Okay, let's see what was the issue. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong application, and this is let's see how our run method says. Restart the app again and see, because I'm not understanding the error. So guys, here comes the question: how are we going to fix this error? And I just realized what's causing it. Actually, it's this. And what we have to do is, we'll do here total card price is going to be equal to, and then we need this method get total price. And for the card, we are going to pass card. Okay, let's see if this is going to change or to solve our error. Seems like now we have another problem. We'll have a look into that. Let's have a look into our user. Actually, let's call it like this. Instead of doing it like this, so what's happening here, actually, it's we are basically saying that if our card is null, we are going to assign the total value here to 0, or we are going to perform this operation, which is get total again. So the logic is simple. I hope you guys understand it. If we not have nothing on our cart, we'll basically assign the value of the total price to 0. If we do have some elements, we are going to call this method called get total price and pass our list of elements we have on our cart, or the cart list. Let's see what happens. And surprisingly, or not, but here we have our method working the way it is supposed to do. Sorry. We could improve how these images look. Let's try to delete an item and see if it's actually going to work. And it does work. The item was removed. I can close the shopping cart, open it again. It works just fine. Now let's try something else, which would be, let's add a different product. For example, this one. Let's say that we want this black color, add to cart. It says that we already have that into our cart. What I have to do now is click here, and as you can see, we have in fact the product added to cart. We could change the way this looks, at least the colors. It's not important, but you know, if you want it to look different, you can make that possible by, for example, changing this color here to black. And if you have a look here, you have black, and you can change this thing as well. The color of our button, our checkout button. Let's go to the very top of this, and you would change it here to black. And this is how it's going to look. Good. Another quick thing you would want to change here is on our product details. You're at the very top here. In here, for this button, we can add the change screen method, called the change screen method, and the method that it's in the screen that's going to be called here is the cart screen. Good enough. Let's test if it works. Click in here, it does work. Now let's see if our cart is automatically updated, which means click here, add to cart, and click on the cart. Boom, and it is good. What we want to do now is click on checkout, and it's going to ask the user or inform the user that he will be charged this amount upon delivery. Let's try to see if we can already create the order. Accept. Okay, in theory the order was created. If we click on checkout, it will say your cart is empty. Good. Let's go. What we would have to do now actually is have our orders screen, which is not very hard to do. We already have the structure of that screen here on our food app. Models, providers, let's go to screen, down to order, which is here. And for now we'll just copy everything here and go back to our application screen. So we're going to create a new screen. We're going to create a new Dart file actually. New Dart file and call it order. And just paste our code here. First step, removing all of the imports that we have. Zoom in. I can go to the cart screen. No. Import this. And import this. Finally, I want to rename this. To user provider. Seems like app it's not being used, so I can remove it. Import the colors. Import the custom text widget. Good. Now what we need to do actually is being able to get the orders on our user provider. And for the moment we do not have that. So let's go to providers, users, and we need to work with this. Orders. Go to providers, users again. Add that variable here. Or you can add it here, no problem. Again, we do not have our order model, do we? Let me have a look. Yeah, seems like we do have an order model, so we just need to import it. Good. After this, what we need to do actually is going down here and using the method get orders. Let's go back to our method, to our project, and add that method here. And we need the variable order services as well, which is here. Copy it and paste it here. And we just need to import this. Good. Now let's have a look here. Import our order model. And everything should work just fine. The final piece of code that we need here Let's click on home. Let's go up to the very top here where we have this list tile. And again, I could write this again, but since we already have the code, go to home here inside of our drawer, because that's inside of the drawer. Just here, we'll add our list tile here. And import the order screen. Fair enough. Let's test it. So we restart the app. And give it a test to see if it works. Okay, good. Click here and go to my orders. And here we have our order, meaning that our code works the way it is supposed to do. Right. And again, you could do a lot of things and add a lot of information here because we already have that on our database. But you know, I just have it like this for simplicity. Now there's really just one thing we need to do to complete our project, which is making use of our search functionality here. Right. And now let me do something very quick. Product details. Let's go down to the bottom of this and copy one of these methods here, the snack bar. Copy, come back to our home screen, and from our home screen, what I want to do is, since we did not add no feature to this, what I can do is add a gesture detector. We have the widget, and add a simple, very simple on tap method. It says that we do not have this key, but basically, since we did not add no feature to our user profile here, when someone presses there, it will just say user profile. And you can do a lot of things with this. I just don't feel like stretching it even longer than we already have done. But we have here user profile, and let's take care of this key here. Go to the top, make this private, and make this private as well. Good. We have an error here. Just make it private. It should work just fine. Should work just fine when we click on it. Oops. Probably need to restart the app. Click on it. Okay, this works, but our snack bar is not working how we intended to do. Which is weird. Okay, here we have it, user profile. Now the final piece of code we would need here is something that would allow us to perform some search operations. Sorry for showing you all of this, but the package is Flutter type head, I guess. I wanted to do something different with the search here that would allow us to use autocomplete. So let's see how we can make use of that. And again, here we could use something like opening a new screen where we are going to display the results. So it's really up to you how you want to go about doing this. I just wanted to show you something different, or different behavior you can have with the searching feature on the app. Now let's do a packages get. Okay, everything works fine. And now we can go to the readme section. I guess they have an example that we can just copy and reuse it. Okay. Let's try to make use of this example directly from the documentation. If we click here on home, we are going to have a lot of errors, which is natural, which is extremely natural. Search, just below the search, I will add this. Let's try to import it. Okay, we have this imported, and a few things we can change here is, first of all, autofocus shouldn't be set to true because we don't want this to focus automatically. Good. I guess I could take care. I could get rid of the. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Let's go down. Decoration, we can take care of this afterwards. Here is where we are going to have our callback. And now what we are going to do here, and this has to do with the products, let's go to services. Let's see if we have services here, products, services, products here. And we have here search product by name, and this is the method that we need to use. So if we want to use this, let me copy the class name. And let's go to screens, home. Since we want to make use of this directly here, we will have to import this and call it product services being equal to let me import it, and we'll have here product services being equal to oops, something's wrong, product services. Good. Now let's go down here and right where we have this, we will call product services dot search products by name, product name, and here we're going to pass the pattern. Good. Now let's have a look at what is going to be returned here. This is going to return a list of products. Let's go back to home. Unselected. Get rid of this for now. So for what is being returned here, let's try to do something simple, which will be using the first index of what is going to be returned, since it's a list, and do something like dot name. Good. Let me comment this out and restart the app to test it. We have an error where here it looks like we have another issue here. Just have to add a semicolon there and we are good to go. Our app is probably going to look strange, but wow, this is not what we're looking for. Okay. I think this is not the best approach. I'm sorry. I wanted to do something different, but the way this is going, it's nothing nice. So I will have to do it the conventional way. We'll have to redo that. And sorry for making you write that whole code and deleting it. Let's go with the conventional way of doing it, which is basically adding a new screen here called search dart file, call it search. and start adding the logic here. So what we are going to do here is actually creating writing the code on this new screen, on this search screen. And again, we already have a logic to do. Oops, something is wrong. No problem. Let's go to home, and here we have the logic to help us search for items. Good. Now what we need to do actually are two things. First of all, we'll have to modify something inside of our products provider that will allow us to search for products. So I'll copy this method and basically come in here and go to providers. 1 second, let me adjust. Okay, perfect. I'll have to go to the providers, product provider, search. Well, we already have the method to search for items, which is perfect. And what we actually need here is going back to the home screen, and for now I will just copy this whole widget, and this widget, this container is the container that has the text field to perform the search. We are going to have few errors here, but no problem. Home, just below the search here, we will add our own search. As expected, some errors. And now we'll make use of products search. Sorry, okay. Come to our product provider. Everything is right. Let's copy this file, the product search screen, from our food app and paste it inside our e-commerce project. Sorry. Okay, we are going to have a few errors here, but nothing to be concerned about. Just have to import this there and import here. Go to the very top and get rid of all of this. And import what's missing. We are going to do something different here at the bottom, and what I will do is open up home. Don't worry about it now. Don't worry about the errors we are having. Go down here where we have product card. we'll make use of this. So I'll get rid of this. And I'll use product card. Oops. Let's see what are the product is what we need here. So in here we'll pass product being equal to this. Import our change screen. And here, let's get rid of this. Instead, we want to call product details. And for the product parameter, we will also pass this. It should be good enough. Let's go back to our home and try to fix the issue we have here. First of all, let's come to the very top and I wanted to make sure of to make use of the app provider, but I guess that I can make it simple for now, which would be just doing this. And what we are doing here, and again here, this is just a text field we are calling. I can come and comment here on this so that it doesn't display both of them. This is just a text field and some definitions of the widget, how is it going, how it's supposed to look. But the important part is this property here inside of the text field called submitted. And when we click on send, or when we do submit, we want to do product provider dot search, and this is the pattern, the name of the product we want to search, and we want to change the screen to product search, right? And here as the tip is, we can put here blazer, dress, and so on. So we'll just do a hot a restart of, we are just going to restart the application and see how it's going to look like. Let me open up Visor. I mean, obviously it does look a bit weird because I didn't change some parameters here. But let's see if the search actually does actually work. And if you see, it does work. In fact, we have here the blazer, and you can click on it and add it to the card. So that's a good thing. Now we can obviously change the way this thing looks. We can change this. Like, for example, changing the color of the container to gray. Maybe adding some opacity to that, 0.5. And the background color to white. The color of the container. Do a hot reload. Here we can try something lighter. Good. And we could change the color of this search icon to black. So if we are shopping for something, let's say a tracksuit, we could just write here track, oops, item, products not found, trench. Let's just write TR, and this is how it's going to look like. So it's perfect because now we can come here and add these products to cart if you want to do so. So actually the core features of an e-commerce app were just built into this project. We can do search, add products to cart, delete products from the cart, buy and get our purchase history in the form of orders. The only thing that it's a key feature that it's kind of missing here is a payment gateway, but I can do a separate video only on that feature. But I consider this project as a finished project, and I am very happy to have done so. If you're just watching this, or if you just skip to the end to see what you're going to have, this is your final project. You're going to have a list of featured products here, and you're going to have all of the products here. When a product is on sale, you will be able to see that here, right? You can specify the product color you're trying to get and the size, and you can add your product to cart, view your products on your cart, and you can delete your products from the cart, right? You can search for products, and you don't have to write the whole thing. For example, you can just type B, and everything starting with B, you'll have it here. If you search for products that do not exist, like whatever, any name, and you click, you have the product not found, which is good as well. And you can get here your purchase history. So this is basically what you'll have at the end of this project. If you're interested, you can continue. You'll know how to build an app like this and manage it using the provider package, right? There's a lot of things we could do, or very few, depending on what you want to improve the app, but I wanted to give you the core features of the application, and these are the core features. Thank you.